Alrighty, hello, everybody. It's me, Game Goblin. Hope you're excited. I am. I am looking forward to this game. I have never played anything by this developer, but I've heard plenty good about both the Beginner's Guide and the Stanley Parable, so I'm pretty excited. A little bit different than what I typically play, especially on these weekend streams. But hey, I think it'll be pretty fun. You know, I'm all for mixing it up every now and then. You know, you can't let yourself get into a rut. Emotional Saturday night. Let's go. Yes, and welcome, Fabricant. Hope you're doing well today. Hope this fine Saturday finds you well and healthy and happy. At least two of those three. You know, it's like the Meatloaf song, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Alrighty, well, I don't know there's really a whole lot to cover. Just been a typical Saturday, playing Fortnite, cleaning up my house, eating. I exist and that's good enough. Sometimes that's all we need. Sometimes so that we just need to exist for a while to get to the better times, right? Anyways, I'm Game Goblin, so I'm Game Goblin. That's right, I'm Game Goblin. I'm going to be starting things up here. You disappointed that Game Goblin is here? Well, sorry, too bad. Go find another stream. Oh wait, where's everyone going? No, I'm kidding. All right, let's get this started. Alrighty, here I am. Everything unlimited. Oh, I need to adjust this. Oh, and hey, Adnarak, how's it going? We are starting off here. Oh, and Akita Kara. Hey, we got everybody here. Every gobby is here. One moment. It's actually kind of hot in my room. Sorry about that. I was getting a little hot. I had to kind of cool down a bit. Contested title, self-proclaimed #1 fan. Yes, Alexa, play Gobbo's. You know what? Hey, and welcome, Matt Bestman, by the way. I should really write a Gobbo-style song. You know, that way I can bust out my Astro World cover that I made, but with my head instead of He Who Shall Not Be Named's head. I should do my own cover of that and put it Gobbo style. Alrighty, so this is the Beginner's Guide. I am going through this with very little preconceived notions. I've been told it's pretty good by Fabricant, so we'll go into that. Alexa, play 10-hour vacuum cleaner sleep relaxation ASMR. Yes, I was raised in a cleaning company van, so the sound of vacuum cleaners is very soothing to me. No, I'm kidding. I was raised at Area 51. Alright, begin the game. Alrighty. Please make sure audio is on. By the way, before I get too far ahead of myself, everything sound good? I'm not blowing your guys' speakers out? The game, you can hear the game pretty well? Actually...
Thank you very much for playing The Beginner's Guide. My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story, today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011. We're going to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in...
Thank you. Yes, very much subtitles. Full captions. There we go. Everything else look good. How is that? How is the sound there? You guys were okay with the sound? I don't want to start and stop too much. So let's try and nip this in the bud, so that we can just kind of enjoy the night. Audio is good? Ah, good. Okay. Oh. One moment. Get settled, okay? Get settled in. We have a visitor. Alrighty. You gotta behave, though, okay? Alrighty.
In early 2009, at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way.
Oh.
And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like.
Sorry, I apologize. Full captions. Those don't seem to be popping up. Should I restart? Let's restart the level, see if that brings the captions back in.
About all of Coda's games. Hi there.
Welcome, Cooney.
Thank you very much
There
for
we go.
playing the
There
Beginner's
they
Guide.
are.
My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote the Stanley Parable, and while
We
that
are
game
just in
tells a
time.
pretty
We are
absurd
starting
story,
with the beginner's guide,
today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011. We're going to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way. And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean, not that they're all fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So, it's 2008, Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet, he just makes them and then immediately abandons them, and they sit on his computer forever. And I think he really understood this image of himself as a recluse. At one point, he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder. So, you know, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped. In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since. And that's why I've taken this opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again. And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda. So thanks for joining me on this. If you have a particular interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or if you just need to get in touch, you can email me at daveywreden@gmail.com. Okay, that's about it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game. As each game is loading, I'll show you the date that it was completed. This first one was made in November 2008.
Alrighty, sorry that I'm not super talkative. I'm trying to let the narrator kind of build the scene here. So far, I'm kind of interested. I didn't really know what to expect with this. It kind of reminds me, that little area we were in kind of reminds me when I used to build levels in Tony Hawk. You know, my brother, he was very meticulous about it trying to look like a real world place. Like, okay, here's the pool, here's the ramps, okay, and we're kind of like built in a parking lot or something. But I just tried to push the map creator to its limits and like go everywhere. And welcome, Cooney, by the way. Sorry that I was a little unwelcoming there. Just wanted to get the narration out. Yes, I didn't have time to fix the batteries today. I had a surprise visit from Earth Fam. Oh, jeez.
Whisper machine active. Shift destruction imminent.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
Oh, jeez. Escape from Whisper? Who is this Whisper fellow? I wonder. So, I wonder if these are literally just... Oh yeah, this is just Coda's source
Security
code.
call breached. Hostile alien life
Or if
form
this is just kind of like a interpretation of the areas
It kind of
on
looks
Coda.
like this game was abandoned mid-development. For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere, but then clearly there are no enemies anywhere. You can't even reload the gun when you run out of bullets.
Oh.
But ultimately we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
Enemy force neutralized.
Okay.
Begin shift evacuation.
I love how
Well,
you can see the bottom of the universe from this room.
That's a very nice touch. You know, have you guys been to space? You don't know that we could be in the Unity plane view, and we don't even know just because of how very little our perception of the universe is. Cooney has, yes. Cooney has been to the
Apparently
Unity
the
engine.
space station has a labyrinth on it. Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it.
Well, that was easy. Wait, what if I run back?
Or if you'd really like to solve the labyrinth, you're welcome to do that too.
Okay. Don't worry. I am quite the maze master. Yeah, you could even say I am amazing. What do you mean? Okay, I'll go back. I think I proved my point there. We've all been to the Unity realm if we are Vroid Vtubers. It's kind of the state of the universe that you see in your dreams.
Okay, this is the part that's interesting. The game has this narrative about the Whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Okay.
Hey, you there, in the engine room. You could save us all. That beam is powering the Whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you give yourself?
Well, I suppose. And welcome, Slumpnako. Hope you're... Oh,
Let me pause here for a second. What you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level. But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. And this is what happens instead.
huh? What? Okay, so they do kind of modify the
causes
game.
you to start floating. And this is an important moment for him. Because yes, this is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it, like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system. Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've
Maze
just had to
spoilers,
traverse.
yes.
I don't even know. I have no idea what he was
I would
thinking.
have solved
but
that.
what's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
I got to admire, as someone who's wanted to do game development themselves, like when I was first on Earth and I learned what video games are, I was immediately hooked, and that was like my dream for the longest time, to become a game developer. I didn't even know the proper term for it.
So try walking backwards.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. In this game, you can only walk backwards.
Oh. The past was behind her. When I wanted to be a game designer, I didn't even know the term. I said I wanted to be a game maker or something like that, or that was like my dream for the longest time, and just it never really went any.
So it's a short and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative. It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused,
why does the future
more
keep
complete.
changing?
Code is trying to give it a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope.
When she stops and looks, it becomes clearer. Huh. It's such a simple, but the future is always behind her. It's such a simple concept, but how will she find the strength? Well, to confront it.
It's a short little thought, it says what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Alrighty. Oh. Okay, I can walk forward this time. It's like a playable poem. You are now entering the Goblin Gang. Sorry, I had to plug myself a little bit. I like that. I like that comparison, Admirak. Like, it's like short animations. Just because of how hard an animation is, some people they just make like a 20-second animation, but within those 20 seconds, they can really give you something powerful.
And that's it. Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
We are now entering what? Playing of it.
Oftentimes, Coda would put
structure.
bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games. I wish I'd known him at the time that he was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, that was it. It was dead to him. And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do?
Here,
I know
I'm
it's
curious.
tempting, but there's actually nothing over here. Sorry.
So far, I'm liking this. I like how this person seems to be in my head. Like, they seem to understand game development very well, because it's like, of course a player is going to go over there. I mean, for God's sake, we're on the Unity plane. Who knows? Oh.
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens. So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
Huh. What if we kissed on the Unity plane? Play as a pair of floating eyes. Giant blocks of text. What? Normal game where you have to scream into a mic every 15 seconds to keep playing?
A room that's warm and nice and filled with little ideas for games.
Huh. Wait, so this was in there, but he never gave it to anyone.
Coda would often tell me that he didn't mind if people thought of him as cold or distant. He said that he knew that he was actually a vibrant and compassionate person, but that it takes time to really see that. It can be a very slow climb to get there.
You walk around talking people down from pursuing their hopes and dreams? Oh, I wanted to read more. Ready, set, fish. I feel like after that first one, I gotta check behind me every now and then.
Well, this is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it.
Heck yeah. Now where's the fish? Huh? Okay. Wait, oh. I think I might have it. There we go.
Don't forget that solution, because we're going to see this puzzle again soon. We're gonna see it a lot.
Goblin brain
So
activated,
that seems to be
yes.
it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve the puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough. Alright, now I'm going to modify the game again, so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
What? Oh my lord. Wait,
How about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea. So, in the Stairs game, a dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world. Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or even that you're missing anything. That's not your role as a player.
huh.
So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
You are now exiting.
Aha! So, this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells us that Coda believes his games are connected somehow. It could even be that the Stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game. There's a bigger picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in, some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once we have, we can step back and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
The great and lovely descent. This reminds me of a lot of a game I really enjoyed, The Unfinished Swan.
Let's talk about video game development for a second. Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development.
A streetwise fool.
To make all of these games, Coda is using an engine called Source. Like all engines, Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly. One of the things that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because he's working with what the engine does well.
Matt, you get up and sit down and you get a paper cut
The
while you're
tools
trying to
available
take a
to the
dump.
creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making. You might consider paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games, to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
Had I known I was going to be playing a surf game, I would have come up with some drama to talk about while this was all going on. Hey guys, Game Goblin here. Have you heard the news about what's been going on the YouTube? I gotta tell you, it's a right shame. But before we get into that, have I told you guys about my sponsor for this week, Manscaped? You know, if you go up to the website, the Manscaped website, and you type in Game Goblin, GAMMELBON, you can get a 15% discount on your first Manscaper box. I personally use the lawnmower and the weed whacker. Keeps me nice and smooth and fresh. You know, you got to get it for the Bigfoot in your life. Turn your Bigfoot into something more like the Dover Demon, if you know what I mean. Anyways, on to the show. I wish I could take credit for that, but a paranormal podcast I listen to pretty often said that almost word for word, like, you know, sometimes things get a little hairy. You don't want to be a Bigfoot, do you? Get the lawnmower today. All those sections that I feel like I could have went to if I just kind of fell differently. Oh, whoa. I thought I was over like a void. Let me tell you about this brand new concept from our sponsor. They're calling it personal hygiene. I'm not going into the forest to photograph Bigfoot. I'm going in there to shave it. Oh no. It's like a reverse horror movie where instead... Oh. I thought I was hearing footsteps behind me. That kind of scared me. Oh.
This prison, funny enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go. If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that.
To me before.
This is something that he and I used to argue about a lot. You know, whether a game ought to actually be playable,
though.
Whether it means anything if no one can get through it. And I would always defend that, you know, all this work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else. Believe me, I played every single one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere. There wasn't.
I like how passive-aggressive that is. Playable games. Here, you play a game. What is gaming? I know it's probably just like simply like changing skyboxes or something, but I like the idea that these worlds that are like half finished or not barely even finished are like some kind of non-Euclidean universe.
It's the puzzle again.
Oh god.
With the exact same solution as the last time. There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
I feel like we've all have like that idea that we just can't really do anything with, but we can't bring ourselves to let go of. For me, it's a story I was writing called Exodus: An American Odyssey. Will it ever exist? Probably not.
Here, Coda begins using a kind of dialogue system that he fashioned out of the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to respond.
Yes, there was a world stamped with whiteness. Yes, there was an enormous prison I spent hours in. Yes, there were these floating colored blocks. I'll do the blocks. That's the world above. You've been there. Now this is important. Did you have to get through a puzzle with 2 doors and switches? That was literally the last thing I did before coming here. No, I don't remember having to go through any puzzle. Where am I? I'd prefer not to tell you. After all, we've only just met. That's the good answer if you're practicing AOL chat room safety. Again, perfect. Now please tell us how you solved it. Tell us the solution. Tell us how to get to the other side. Trust me, you don't want to go over there. I don't remember how I solved it. I'm trying to remember, but I can't. I didn't solve it. Someone else let me in. Now, is that someone else supposed to be me, Game Goblin? I'll go with number 2. You didn't solve it? So you have learned nothing. You cannot help us escape this prison. You are not the one I need. Surely there will be someone else. Have a good day. These fine people. Hello, how did you get here? Was there a puzzle you had to pass through? No, I've been right here this entire time. Yes, do you want to know how I solve it? AOL chat room safety. I've just met you. Here's my photo ID, social security number, and a digital scan of my fingerprints. I guess I could see if these guys want to know how to solve it. No, we actually find the black space between the doors to be far more interesting. Have you seen it yet? Why would I care about the space between the doors? Actually, now that you mention it, I remember feeling strange as I passed through. I don't recall space between the doors. I feel like there's an interesting answer behind number 1. There is a reason, but it may take time before you understand, which is fine. You'll see it again soon. Am I the only one who's very...
And so we make one last descent down to the final floor of the level.
Am I the only one who gets, like, very put off by, like, these, like, seemingly empty worlds? You know, what do they call it? The liminal spaces? A lot of them are very off-putting to me. Like, that one game I played, Just More Doors. I was so racked with nervousness and, like, anxiety.
It's a
walking
lamppost.
through thinking something's going to be there.
Okay, I can't tell you quite why, but for some reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost. It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out. I'll tell you what I think. I think that up to this point, you know, he's been making really strange and abstract games with no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long. Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something. He wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination. We're going to see it in the work as well. His games are just going to become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and clearer and clearer.
That was a very interesting idea. My theory was that it's almost like a signature at the end, like, hey, this is me. You played my game, you know? Has a very melancholy feeling. I really like this stuff. Old-style custom source maps are nostalgic for me. As you walk around, you can leave notes. All notes you see are left by other players. Really? Nice room. Not. Oh. That is mean. Spirited. How do I leave my own note? Now, I want to say something nice. Try finger.
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're going to see have been written by
How do you beat
Coda.
this game?
This was actually the first
point
game
to
of his
this.
that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In
Wait.
retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy, trying to get his attention.
And
I was
that.
over enthusiastic. But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me. And I cooled off eventually.
Oh, I can't make it. I might need to get a running start bunny hopping.
Feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them.
This place
Either
makes
way,
me sad.
To me, they convey a sense of loneliness. I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and unheard voices in a game that wasn't meant to be played. But it's ironic, isn't it, that in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing.
I just saw a flying penguin. Let me tell you, it was the most majestic thing I've ever seen. Don't feel like living because nothing will ever be as majestic as that.
Is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
This Coda, I feel like I don't know, I feel like they know, like, the online communities for gaming around this time very well. Because this is, like, stuff I would just straight up read in, like, RuneScape, back when I played RuneScape in the day. But I need to go to the frickin' bathroom. Holy crap, Lois, remember when I was in an unfinished liminal space game? Nah. There's nothing here, go back. Don't listen to that guy. Yes, this is the precursor to Dark Souls, I swear. Free t-shirt. Reminds me of stuff you'd see on online enabled Flash games. Oh yeah, of course, like, what were some online Flash games blew my mind. It just never really made sense to me. Like, I remember when I realized I was playing with real people in shoot, what game was that? It was on Newgrounds. I help people because of the internal good feeling I get. New room. Do you hear the chimes? They keep you going, don't they? I would very much like to be desired. Welcome, congratulations. I don't know where to go with this. You could go in here, I think. Yeah, don't bother. A game where you leave notes and suddenly everyone's a poet. This is where I get off. I failed to write anything here. I am compelled. I am compelled. Stop, turn back. Proceeding further will only result in misery. Take my hand, let's jump together. Can I jump? No. Cabbage shapes our nation. What is that painting? Doesn't matter if you ever get there. Hey, don't talk about me that way. Very good game. I think this is not going anywhere. Next time I will do better. I need someone to talk to. This is a note. Don't listen to the other notes. We're in Memento now. I'm not safe. Today I learned you cannot fall off. Ethical. Well done, all of you. Painting, what does it mean? I swear I've seen this painting somewhere before. Like, I think someone I knew had this as, like, their desktop background. Whoever made this has issues. Art. Hey guys, how's it going? Just hanging. I think it's about how things look messy from up close and perfect from far away. I could see that. From up here, just looks like dots. Cabbage shapes our nation. Spoilers, it doesn't mean anything. Stop pretending you are other people. You know, these are funny, but every now and then you get like, kind of like something that's just kind of biting in a way. Like, given the context that this is all one person, it's about how this game is pretentious and you all suck. Devil Tower Star. What? He was himself the most horrible creature he could imagine. Like, stuff like that, like, it just kind of... Well, I'm here now. Yeah, we're all here now. There must be a reason for it, though. His terrible secret, he kept it well. I beat the game. Cabbage shapes our nation. More room?
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again.
Scared of writing
and here,
something.
I'll
Don't
tell you
want
what
to feel
I think
judged.
the puzzle means. Each of these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the next one.
Oh, I don't like this whispering. I think I've talked about this before, but whispering in your ears like really freaks me out. Oh, hey, Panda. How goes it? Downward, keep digging.
In each of his games, after exploring a theme that, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on.
Huh. You know, what this kind of I think I'm kind of getting what he means about this puzzle. That, you can't,
there's this dark area
undo
between
the puzzle.
doors, a space between spaces. Before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment, a few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here. To step back and connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
Oh, you just got Deluxe Stanley? I hope you enjoy it. I'm actually going to play that later tonight. I'm interested in hearing this guy's interpretations of these, because I kind of feel like we're coming to different conclusions. Like, I thought this puzzle would... Because this puzzle cannot be reversed. I thought it was like his way of saying like that, there's no going back. This is a chapter of my life, and we're out of it, Oh god, that's scaring me. It sounds like something's after me. I don't want to look back. Oh, what? Oh, they're typewriters. Are you there? Please say something. It can be anything. I just need you to say something. Talk to me, please. Why are you having so much difficulty talking? Speak. That's kind of haunting in a way.
Okay, this one is tough. It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for a few minutes. Hang with it.
Alrighty. Yeah, I need to do some squats real quick, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we talk about that last one though? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't know, it's like... If anyone's played this before, maybe you're getting these feelings now. You're seeing these ideas that you just want to see keep going, but it's like, you cut it off just too quickly. Like when you're in a dream, and it's a really good dream, but then your alarm goes off. No, just like, that's that feeling, because you kind of realize, even if you go to sleep right then and there, you're never going back.
See, like, this is it. The whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway.
I'm in the well.
Except, for some reason, Coda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
What? What furniture ought to go in the center of the room? How about a TV with surround sound? Put a giant hole in the ground. I gotta return to hole. What? That's a table. Well, we'll go along the wall. 10 stoves lined up along the wall. Yes, please. Actually, I really need a washing machine. Does it matter what I say? We'll put live... This sounds like Professor Farnsworth from Futurama. We'll put live Tesla coils in each corner, yeah. Good news! Man, that's close enough. And a table. You need a table. I'm pretty sure none of my choices make a difference. Tables were invented in 1935. I would have called bullcrap on that one. Ah, a lovely table. Oh, a lovely table.
There's a bit more to this one, but still, it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake.
I don't know. I think weird for weirdness' sake it has its own merit.
So, okay, He throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
Are we outside the prison? Hello, please walk forward. Okay. What was that? Follow my instructions carefully. Take care that you remember each step. First, click on the table. Good, go over to the photo frame and turn it. Click and turn it slightly. Now turn the floor lamp in this room off, then turn it back on. Wait, was it already off? Now go to the left side sofa, move it a little. Left side sofa. Okay, finally touch the shelves. I must touch shelf. That's it, in a real prison, the escape will now open. Return to the start to be taken back to your prison. Okay. Return. Okay, so let's see. Table, lamp. Wait, no, table, painting, lamp.
And of course, now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape. Here's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside. Let me just blink you real quick through a few more of these. I mean, he really unloaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen of them. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop, that particular mechanism of defense against yourself. Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then he hits on something. And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons. This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
Oh crud, do I have to remember the solution because I don't know if I... Wait, there's a table here. Touch that table. I might have done that. Oh. Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's me. I'm you from the after you escaped the prison. You're me? So you were trapped in this prison too? Yep, I was in the maze, furniture maze.
It's a conversation. And so this
Yep,
is
I
what
was in
Coda
reverse
wants,
prison.
is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his
I was
mind,
in the reverse
and
prison.
to get some good advice from someone who
Escape
knows.
tutorial.
But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. You know, all of these games so far are Coda talking to himself.
That's where I am right now. I'm so glad you know that you know. I'm so glad to know that I get out eventually. What's it like to escape? Actually, I'm already forgetting what being in the prison was like. It's strange, but in a way, I kind of miss being in the prison. Feels like being completely still and wildly in motion at the same time. Do you feel any different? Sometimes I'm scared I'll get out and then things will be exactly the same as before. No, I'm really the same person now as I was back then. It actually does change. I don't feel like the same person at all. Dang. Oh no, that's awful. That's the worst thing I can imagine. Don't worry, it's actually not a bad thing, I promise. Well, you get something else in exchange. The problem is that you don't actually know who you are right now. Well, you get something else in exchange? Wait, if you're me, then did you get a call from another version of you when you were trapped? No, I think I'm the first person to call back. Yes, I did get a call, that's how I escaped. I mean, I kinda got a call from the narrator. What did they tell you? What did you have to do to get out? All they told me was to be insincere. They asked me how I felt about being in prison. They just talked to me for a while. What? That freed you? How does that work? Listen, you can't know until you're out, but I promise it works. Just talk to me. It will make sense. Just talk to me. Okay, I can talk. Let's just talk for a bit. Will you be here? I'll be here. I will be here for as long as you need. Huh.
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games. After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay. Wouldn't that be nice? So what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself? To me, this environment is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the two doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
Oh. Captured again. How dare I? Oh my goodness, I'm glad as heck that you all showed up. Wait, glad as all heck. Thought I might have been having to clean this entire house all by myself, and right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows loathsome hands make lousy homes.
You'll notice that the quality of the art is a step up from previous games, including this new and improved chat system, which he started
looks pretty
using
nice.
from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
And lousy homes make home loners. I feel like I would actually say that to someone. Something tells me you're going to be fun to do this job with. Well, this place isn't going to clean itself as far as I know. I'll finish up here. In the meantime, could you please clear the table? Yeah, sure. Much nicer, that's the table I want to see. Now would you please run into a bedroom and make the bed? Okay. Is this the precursor to Power Wash? They kind of clean your living space. Oh. Wait. Now while you're in there, would you straighten up the rug a bit? All the little details matter. Yeah, sure. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? How do you end up doing this job? It's been a long time since I've seen a house I've seen a house way messier. I think I'm in it now. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? About to power wash this bed. Well, I don't enjoy it so much as I need it. While I'm working, I feel kind of a calm that rests in the pit of my rib cage. My soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems. which I guess is all that matters. Oh, that and the tidy couch. Would you straighten the pillows on the sofa out here? Oh yeah, sure. I'm asking so kindly. Oh dear, looks like someone spilled a drink all over by the couch. Maybe mop that up a bit, as long as you're over there. No. I feel compared to Shell an incredibly cheesy personal insight. You okay with that? Make it especially cheesy. No. No, it was stupid, sorry, never mind. Hey, these dishes need to be washed, why don't you come do that? Alright. That's how I got banned from every hotel in the country. Last I checked, the tub needed a cleaning. How about you scrub it down as best as you can? No need to be perfect, we're all just human. Scrub the tub. Are there still books scattered on the floor of the bedroom? If so, would you put them back on the shelf? Oh, I hadn't even noticed. There we go. Perfect. Now then, how about you come and clear these dishes off the table?
After the intense set of prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing. It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you.
House cleaning is so difficult. How do you do it?
Cohere into something meaningful.
Are all these houses this easy to clean? Darling, let me tell you something. In your lifetime, you are going to clean a lot of houses, and among all of those, a few of them will stick out as truly wonderful, beautiful experiences, and none of them will be the ones that were easy. Just something to think about while you smooth out the rug in the bedroom.
I know that Coda really liked this game. Of all of his work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it. This was during a period of a few months where he was, like, grossly happy all the time.
Grossly
just
happy?
Walked around with a constant smile on his face.
Would you mind tidying it up a bit? Oh, yes, the tub is dirty. How could I have not have seen? Earlier, when I said I had a really cheesy thought, I was going to say that it occurs to me that one's house is a lot like one's soul. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. Don't know why it felt so weird about saying that. I get it, that's a weird thing to say to someone you just met. Yeah, you're right, that's pretty cheesy. But there's a bit of truth in it, no? I think so. Anyway, so, housekeeping. Let's keep doing this. Books, would you please clean up the books? Yeah. Hoping to have recognized. Wait, what? Colored girls. What? Colored. What? Edward. Oh, my favorite book of all time, Edward. Oh goodness, those pillows on the couch are a real mess.
I'm glad he made this.
Folks coming home to a messy couch. Virtual cleaning games to avoid cleaning, yes. Question.
But
do you enjoy this?
It can't last. The music stops, your companion is gone, it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well. Again, you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
What? Okay, I'll keep moving. Oh, and there it is.
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it.
Items you love at members-only prices.
Goofy.
Why did you come here today? Was it to improve your life? This sounds like a Spamton thing. Was it to get a better job? Was it to make your relationship more meaningful? No. You came here to become perfect. This workshop is going to teach you how to be perfect. I want your friends, the people in your life, to look at you and think, wow, this is a person is a better human being than I am. Yes, it does sound like Spampton. Right now, do you think that way in your own life? Who do you know is so well developed as a person that they make you feel disgusted with yourself, compared to whom you feel useless, selfish, ungrateful? I intend to make you into that person. Perfection is within your grasp. And the question is, not how do we do it, but how do we do it effortlessly? This is easy. It is so easy. It is so easy.
About halfway through the game,
but being perfect is
shifts.
effortless. Oh, geez. This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort?
And you play as the teacher. And suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are. Oh, and also you can move around the classroom now.
On the way to work, I told an elderly person to start contributing to society. Well, let me tell you right now, if it isn't effortless, then it's not the right answer. Thank goodness all of you perceive me as wise and intelligent. Drinking is not hurting my life. If you're torturing yourself to try and find the right solutions for your life, you're not doing it right. Seek out only one thing. What is the easiest, simplest path forward? Ew, I'm developing a cyst. Gross. Do you understand that you won't be happy until you love me? This is for you. There is no truth. There is no path. What is up there? Can I go up there? No. Guys, look, something is coming out the back of the room. Look out. It is coming for you. It's going to destroy you. Everyone run.
I felt pretty hard for this one.
Perfection.
I feel like it's one of the most relatable experiences that you can have. To assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way.
Perfection.
And completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human. I think about this game a lot these days.
That one was very nice. Oh, I was
This
hoping
one
you could...
took a lot longer than all the others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one. That's twice as long as it took him to make any other game before this, and it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I found that a little strange at the time.
Is this going to be like the Tom and Jerry episode where they play some Beethoven music? Oh, all right, the performance is beginning. Places, please. In this scene, you will be playing as me. We are at a gathering of professionals. First, you'll start out leaning against the wall. Okay. Good. Stay right there. The woman across the room is in this chair, is a professional photographer of animals. It is your dream to photograph animals professionally. This is your one chance to learn something from her, to gain something, to succeed. Go on, say something to her. Hello. Hello, that's it? That's not a conversation. You need to actually converse with her. Be a human being. Do it again. All right, no mistakes this time. I'm super scared right now. I like you. Here are all of my hopes and dreams. It is Deltarune. Or Undertale, I suppose. No. That's not what I would said to her at all. You're completely missing the tone of the conversation. I was reserved, but I knew what I wanted. I was confident. For some reason, it was just that one moment, but I was confident. Maybe it's that you need a better feel of the setting. There were a lot of people around us. I'll give you some props to work with. These cones that bounce when you touch them will represent the people nearby. Oh. Wait, it's musical. Okay, now talk to her again. You must have worked really hard to get where you are. I'll bet you've learned to lean into the pain. What are some sacrifices you've had to make? You're messing it all up again. You'll freak her out if the conversation gets that personal that quickly. Do you not realize how important this was for me? I'll never get another opportunity like this again. Everything was riding on this. I want to try something. Try stepping back from the stage. Whoa, whoa, what? Yes, music is spooky. Is that it? Or do we keep going? Oh, Jesus! Okay, yes, now this is working.
The game
This is what
ends
I
with
like.
this eerie premonition of what's going to happen next in Coda's life. The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase
That's
success.
perfect, wonderful.
The answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago, where it just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this game. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself from the world. And that wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect with this person, to bring him closer.
I need to look up this Coda.
After this,
the name sounds
Coda
so
went off
familiar.
and took another 5 months to make a new game.
Mobius Trip. To play this game properly, you must keep your eyes closed. Click to begin the game. Wait. Should I close my eyes? How would I know what to do? Help, I'm blind. There was a giant door and then my vision went black. Please, someone talk to me. Wait, is that his door? Is that the Coda door? The famous Coda door? No. What's going on? What's going on?
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already.
Oh.
It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Okay, please don't let this be forever. Oh, hey, it's this. The only way to stop it is to speak something that is honest. I'm bursting with creative energy? No, that isn't truthful. Oh. Are these Star Trek assets, like, is there like a source game, like, from Gmod or something that's like CS or RP Star Trek or something like that? I can't keep making these. Yes, that's it. That's the truth. I don't feel it anymore.
Like
I'm
I
out
said,
of
I was getting
ideas. It's draining
concerned.
me.
First off, he's never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So where's that coming from? But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet for him. Not like he's having trouble iterating on ideas, but he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like, you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing.
Doing it. It's working.
Here was the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way.
I'm alone. I'm stuck in it. I have to work harder. Gonna be okay.
His games are going to get more desperate from here on out. After this game, it's almost
like
6 months before he finishes
you
something
might not
new.
really see it very well or hear it, but I don't know that. Like, just kind of the bluntness with those things where it's like, I feel stuck in this. It's like, oh. Hello? Oh, and welcome, Tim the TV Nerd. Did you play the Stanley Parable? I have not yet. I'll actually be playing that for the first time when I'm done here. The demo first. Where did this island come from? No, it's not an island. It's islands. Is that a person? How lovely. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. What's wrong? You look lost. I'm completely out of ideas. When I try to create, I feel empty. I have nothing left to give to my work. Oh, that music change. Oh no. What's happened? Did something change? Oh, thank you. My voice was getting a little parched. There was a machine that kept me going and it stopped. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me, to start it again. Wait, you're looking for a machine? I think I know where it is. It isn't far. What? What? You have to take me to it. I need to see it to know why it stopped. I can take you to it,
If
but
the
there's a
last
problem.
game featured
It's
Coda
guarded by a
talking
difficult
explicitly
puzzle.
about his
If you can
creative
help me solve the
frustrations,
puzzle, you'll find the
this
machine.
one turns it up to 11. Now, put yourself in my shoes playing this. Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even. And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore.
Oh.
Why? What is it for?
I pressed 3, and it still said deal. Like, that was almost like internalized. Where you're saying, we're going to get there anyways. Perfect, come along, I'll show you.
Because from my perspective at the time,
I could see
and
that,
just what I knew
Tim.
of him, this was a result of how isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really
There
showing
it
these
is.
games to anyone, not releasing them onto the internet. And so
This is easy.
he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
Oh, wonderful, can you tell me how to do it? First you have to close the door. First you have to open the door. First you press the switch on the inside. First you have to open the door. Wait. Okay, it's still the same. Now you have to close the door. Now you have to close the first door. Alright, what's next? Now just press the switch here. There. Ah, that was so simple.
You can't talk
Can't believe you never
yourself
solved it
out of
before.
loneliness. It doesn't work that way. You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement.
Oh.
Then there's no circulation. If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
These are just some words on the wall. I did. I backseated. You have to say that game development is simple and joyous and that you love it 100% of the time. Sure, making games is simple. Okay. Ah, that feels wonderful. Why did the walls just crumble? But it wasn't true. Why did I feel so awful when I said that? Don't worry about it, just keep talking. Keep saying that creation is easy. I'm constantly excited and enthusiastic about my work. It is easy, it never stops being easy.
Seeing this
going.
game at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me.
Just never stop
I
creating
was
and you'll
watching him
never
do
feel
this to
bad.
himself, and I hated it. I hated seeing him so trapped. It's like video games are not worth this amount of suffering.
Where's the machine?
This is someone I really cared about. And I used to get so much joy out of seeing him create. For him to suddenly become angry and
Oh, this
frustrated
crying.
like this, it was the worst thing.
Pain breezes effortlessly off me. Any sacrifices made for my work are worth it 100% of the time. No. Don't even think that. It's
I don't know. This is what I felt at the time.
leave this
I don't know how else to
unquestioningly.
explain it.
I am a vessel for creativity. I
wanted
will
it
be
to stop
saved by my
more than
work.
anything.
Oh
It
god.
never felt so rotten. I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop. But it didn't stop. After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
Oh God. The machine. Ma'am, glad to see you've arrived safely. We've captured the machine. It's waiting for you now. You can begin the interrogation whenever you like. I intend to be quick. I intend to be quiet. I intend to be brutal. I intend to be quick. Very good. Just be warned that someone called the press, so we might have a bit of attention on this one. Also, one more thing you should know about the machine. It calls itself Coda. Oh, jeez. Will we get to see the machine? Ma'am, please give us answers. What can you tell us? Do you know where the poisonous games come from?
And of course, it's the machine.
You stopped. You stopped feeding us. Your work was keeping us alive. Your work was keeping us healthy. Those people out there, can you imagine what pain you've put them through? It was only because of your creations that any of us could make it through every day. How could we possibly go back to trusting you to do this job? So here's what needs to happen. You need to go out and apologize to them. You have to admit to the people that you allowed them to suffer. I've been so alone. No, nothing? Think carefully. I know how to hurt you. I've seen the thing you fear. Alright then, I will speak to them for you. My followers, my friends. My friends? It falls on me to deliver bad news. I have a troubling revelation. I'm not a cult leader. I'm not doing with that second one. The machine will not to apologize us. The machine refuses to admit that it deliberately hurt us. Is that true, though? Did it do it deliberately? But this is not important. We are stronger than it thinks we are. We will find out a way to live without it. We do not need its games. Let us pay it retribution. Let us show it that we are not failures. I don't like the implication on either of those. Let us pay it retribution. Follow me. We will destroy the machine, or everything the machine has created. Maybe if it's what it's creating is harming it, maybe we can do that instead. I don't even know the machine. Well, can I go off stage or? No.
Remember, you can click to fire the gun.
Oh. Jeez, I just... Coda, I'll make sure your work dies here. Coda, I'll make sure you are known forever. Known forever? Isn't that what you're scared of? Exposed in the view of others every day, forever seen in naked clarity?
And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that Code is stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games. It might get him out of isolation. And so, as I'm thinking this, I realize that I could be the one to initiate it. because it would never occur to Coda to start actively soliciting feedback, so what if I did it for him?
God, this
If he could see the difference it would make to
this
have
just
more
feels
actual
unhealthy.
conversations with other human beings,
like I
would that
remember.
bring him out of his mental spiral?
I
Would it
remember
give him
one time
confidence
just being
in
like
himself?
so
Would it bring meaning
sick
back
of like
into his
stuff
work?
that I worked on. Like I tore up like all these like childhood drawings and stuff, and I don't know, that just kind of messed with me really badly. Like when I realized what I did. Oh no.
So I started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games. I brought them to people that I knew and trusted. I asked their opinions. And the great part is that they really loved his games. You know, the point of it all was just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work. There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
Goblin, you having a good... I am having a good weekend. Put down your weapon. What? No? I don't want to put it... No,
Can you see why I felt like this was the right thing to do?
I didn't want to
It's
start
the
doing
thing
that.
I always feel like I need to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When
Always start your
someone
weekends
really
with
connects with
emotions,
the thing that
yes.
I've made, when they see themselves purely in my work, there's nothing that feels better. And I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something. I really felt like I'd done something good. Like I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the
Rather
problem.
have that little memento from the past.
They told me
yeah.
how much they enjoyed his games. It was the best feeling. It was the absolute best feeling. It made me feel so happy. So beautifully, beautifully happy. So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's. This one is called The Tower, and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
Alrighty, I'm kind of... I don't know, just apprehensive of that, because, like...
And this is where I have trouble saying anything meaningful about Coda's work. Because more than anything else, the tower just feels distant. It feels like it's trying to distance itself from the world. It's a very cold game.
I mean, just... I'll save my thoughts for the end.
This room actually has a maze in it.
Oh, jeez.
Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then
Here, maybe I should put this up. Where is that? There we go. Just so people... That was a little harsh.
every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise, so the experience is really miserable. The game goes beyond not being meant to be played, it actually seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all. But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
Alrighty, sorry. I thought maybe it was going to make me solve that. There we go. I recognize that little alarm sound that plays in the music.
And to be fair, it's not like this is the first game that's needed some modification to be playable. Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you could exit the house and the game would actually end. But that game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate. What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze? The only way past this challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code.
Oh, geez.
Like the invisible maze, it's frustrating to me, because it's the opposite of everything else that Coda has made. It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me, except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
Oh, come on. I thought for sure that was it. "15, 16, 17. Well, that couldn't be the date. Wonder what the significance of that was.
The switch to open this door is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first 2 challenges and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely, just saying, you know, that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem. I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem. But I can open this door for you, so let me do that. Was I a failure for not understanding this game? I mean, I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why. I remember, it's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time, and as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is. It wasn't the guy I knew, it wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them... I had been trying to, though. That was the thing. For years I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean.
I was wondering
And he
about
wouldn't.
those. There's been 3 dots in like so many of the games. Wait, what was that? Oh, just a light.
I just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy. It was that I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. But he stopped and left, and it felt somehow like I had failed. Where did I screw up?
You're Davey. Wait. Thank you for interest.
I'm the reason that you stopped making games, aren't I? It's because of what I did. I poisoned it for you. I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... It felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable. And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, I felt good about myself. Finally, for a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
Wait, what? The lampposts weren't his? Or like, oh.
And then you stopped, and I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing. What does that mean?
Oh.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself. That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize to you truly and deeply, will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in. I mean, is something wrong with me? Because I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your work, but I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict. There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was. And I want to know I want to know how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading, and all I want is to know that I'm going to be okay. More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease.
Just like I don't know if I want this to keep going, because like you're kind of like seeing like just how the narrative is like put together. It's like you get this idea of this person, and then like you're kind of like putting yourself into them, and it's like you kind of like they ripped the band-aid off of that. It's like, oh god.
Solution. Solution. Solution.
Like the oh geez. Just like having the puzzle incomplete at the end. It's like, I don't know, it's like it feels like kind of like Coda was just like saying, look,
I guess if
will this
someone
get
had
clear
told
to
me
you?
ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate. I wouldn't have told so many people that he was depressed. Maybe he just likes making prisons.
I feel like I feel like we kind of attach ourselves to like people like this sometimes, like especially in the age of the internet, you know, where you can't really see these people face to face. Like you don't really know their day-to-day life or like what they struggle with. Like hell, you don't even know what they look like. And like you just like get this idea of like their
Even
output.
Now, the disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
It's like when you go
If
to
I
a
knew
YouTube
that my life
oh, sorry.
depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation, what would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable. Like, I actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
Yeah, it almost feels like when you go down to like the YouTube comments and like you watch this video that's kind of moving to you, and then you see what it means to other people, and then you just find out from like the creator themselves, it's like it was never any meaning. Like I didn't put anything into that.
What now?
That's just kind of what you brought on. Like whether it's good or bad, what people bring into something, you know?
I think I need to go. And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot that I need to make up for, and so I'm just gonna... Okay.
Thanks. I think I think I might have needed that a little bit. Thank you for the brevity there. I don't even know if I used the right word. The relief. I do remember that, Fab, about the poetry. God, that section, like, oh, that really like hits you in the chest. That section in the tower, because who else was looking besides Davy here? Like I don't think you could really interpret that in any other way. That was like aimed at Davy and Davy alone, because Davy was the only one digging for anything. I do wonder if this is still some of Coda's work or not. Like, I feel like we are kind of getting into the more abstract where it's just, this is more for, like, the narrative tie to the rest of the... Oh. God, I'm really glad I'm a VTuber, not a face cam person. Oh. I'm guessing this is kind of the end of it. Maybe I could get some thoughts out. It's like those documentaries that get very popular where they just find like this quirky person, you know, like I'm thinking of stuff like Marin Call, you know.
Turn back.
For R.
Turn back from this cave.
Are we meant to infer? I don't think so, because this was Davy,
You said,
the person who
"Let me
made
prove
the
that
Stanley
I'm
Parable.
brave. Let me keep
So I don't know if
going."
this is just like them putting kind of the
But
stuff
the
they struggle with in the
cave
world.
goes my
Like, here, I'm turning that down a tiny bit. I don't know if, like, they wanted to, like, have, like,
miles and miles.
they wanted, like, their thoughts out in the world, not just in their own head, you know?
You're so tired, but I know that you're strong. So turn back.
You know, it's kind of like when, you know,
Turn
there's holding a journal,
back.
and then there's, what am I trying to say? Oh, let me get composed for a second. Oh. Well, hey, that was the beginner's guide. We'll be picking up here pretty soon with the Stanley Parable demo. Maybe if I could have just like a minute or so. I'll be right back. Here's the decoy to kind of keep you occupied. Wait, why can't I hide that? I can't. Here, I'll be right back. Oh god, I am so sorry that I missed your raid. We had just gotten done with the beginner's guide, and oh, I apologize. Thank you so much, Genesis JD. We'll actually be switching this to the Stanley Parable here very shortly. I needed a moment to myself. Just God, just the way they reel you in with this story about Coda, and you keep thinking like, oh, Coda, this is this tragic genius, or maybe genius is not really a word that Coda would want attributed to himself, but like the way that they're just doing this narrative, you're thinking, oh, this is like this tortured individual expressing themselves in this the only way they know how, or the only way they can, like the way that's wholly unique to them, and then like the rug is just pulled out from under you like that, realizing, wait, maybe we were the problem because we're just seeing this stuff that wasn't there because we wanted it to be there, because we like wanted to feel like some kind of hero for knowing their work. Oh, well, hey, I will switch up the games here. Let's see. We're going to play the Stanley Parable. Is there a separate one for the demo? The Stanley Parable demonstration? I believe that might be what we're looking for, because we're going to play the demo first since there's different content within the demo. Yes, the Stanley Parable demonstration. Alrighty. I believe that's right here. Yes, alright. We will be starting that up here. But yeah, oh my god. Actually, I think we can just go straight to Ultra Deluxe, because I believe the old content is still within Ultra Deluxe. But if we do need to play the old one, I actually do have the old one as well. Let's, oh, I gotta switch over. Uh-oh, why are my screens black? D3D proxy window? Wait, oh no. Game capture. The Stanley Parable demo. The endings are a bit different. Maybe we can play it by ear. Okay. Now that we've brought the room down, let's maybe try and... You don't need to play the old one, it's fine. Okay, that's kind of what I was told, that the new one does have like all the old one's content, but then there's the more. I don't want to spoil it. Alrighty. I appreciate no spoilers. Oh. That really hurt when like just getting that message, because you know it was meant for one person and one person only. Wait. I got a resolute. Okay, never mind. The Stanley Parable demonstration. Okay. Cold drinks, my favorite. A 4-3 moment. Yes, I believe this. Can I change that? Video. There we go. 1920 by 1080. There we go. My screens have gone black. There we go. Talk about a mug moment, am I right, people? And welcome, Raiders, by the way. I apologize I didn't properly welcome you. I'm Game Goblin. I'm normally much more cheery. The mug root beer moment. Hey, Funky, how's it going?
Welcome to the Stanley Parable demonstration.
Oh, thank you.
Your number is 28. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
It's going good. After lunch, I slept for 3 hours. Is that enough? Because your Fortnite marathon that I had partaken of slightly. Oh. Okay, we wait. Alrighty. Not too bad. Oh, wait. 21. Oh, see, we're almost already there. It's like when you go to the blood drive and you're number 6. Wait, no, you're number 16 and they're serving number 4. I've had that happen a couple times. The Stanley Parable demo. Now, what if I did try it and cut? Yeah, I'll wait like a good boy. I have to get my blood taken again in a few months. Hopefully that all goes good then. Here we go. I am number 28. Famous demos. Oh, hey! I recognize some of these. Not really that one. But yeah, Metal Gear. Half-Life. Out of this world. Oh, hold on. Did you enable subtitles? Ooh. Full captions. Okay. That on? Okay.
Oh, hello. Welcome to the Stanley Parable live demonstration.
You have a lovely voice.
It will be my pleasure to guide you through this sneak peek at what to expect in the Stanley Parable. A tease, just enough to leave you hungry for more. How exciting. Can't you just feel that nervous tension? The looming uncertainty? Why don't we drink in the anticipation for a moment, just for 20 minutes or so? Please, for just 20 minutes, don't move or act in any way. Simply remain motionless and let the thrill of demoing the Stanley Parable wash over you.
I can hardly contain myself. I gotta go. I gotta move.
Too anxious, you can barely hold still. Well, tell you what. I think we should walk off that nervous energy before getting the demo underway.
Okay, good idea.
Why don't I take you on a little tour of the facility and show you how we make a demonstration for a game like the Stanley Parable. This is where I and the other proctors have been working meticulously to construct a demo that explains clearly and concisely exactly what the Stanley Parable is, how it plays, and why you should spend real-world money on the main game.
I already did. You sold me.
Demonstrations are tricky, and without the proper technology, you run the risk of the player having no idea what to expect in the full version.
I think I'm hooked already, I tell you what. Was that Kentucky? Kentucky?
Here is one such technology.
Route 0.
These buttons are meant to convey the meaning of choice and the impact of the decisions you make. After all, choices carry tremendous meaning and consequence. Didn't you know that? Go ahead. Why don't you try picking one of these buttons to press, and we'll see what your choice says about you.
Okay.
How
that one.
Fascinating.
Wait.
Did you know that 94% of all people
what?
who select
I didn't want that. I wanted that one.
Are sexual predators? You see, our choices really do illuminate the very intangible nature of our minds and souls.
I gotta get out. I gotta get out. Oh no. Chris Hansen, no, please, there's been a mistake.
This place is the buffalo of game design. Nothing is wasted.
The buffalo? Oh god.
Now, I think you'll find this exciting. We've actually developed a wall that you can walk through. Go ahead, give it a shot.
Ah! Oh.
Guess it's still in development.
Oh.
Right. Okay, moving along. How's the anticipation? Still feeling it?
Emotion booths.
Now, here's what we use to convey story. These booths convert text from a story into raw emotion.
Wow.
Go ahead, step into one of them and feel the sheer power of narrative exposition.
All right, despair.
Where did these cliffs go? These crags that we stood upon, they shielded us from our own ignorance, spoke coddling words and wrapped our vulnerabilities in a woolen cloth that so many times I tried to set aflame. If I knew these comforts now, would their fibers be any more sensitive to the heat of my touch? Perhaps it was the cold I desired most of all. That empress to whom my flesh was always invisible.
Is this Sideshow Mel from The Simpsons?
Bones, waiting to be touched and to be known.
Oh, wow. I gotta say, I'm sold.
It was though, and within the shade
Trains.
carried that
Owning a
ocean
boat.
breeze did drift. The fierceness of the tides, the inevitable collapse of their kingdoms, washed
Why is this
ashore,
not subtitled?
bereft of shame, martyrs devoid of a cause,
Sneezing
rippling
yourself
and
to
tearing
death.
at the eternal seams.
Failing
A
twice.
vessel without a captain,
Regret.
carrying itself like plastic in the wind.
Okay, it's spelled
hinting
right.
at a purpose
Bad at
that
grammar.
was truer in some distant
Resolution.
memory, if only it
Change.
could decipher through time's
Sugary.
veneer
On fire.
whose
12.
memory it wanted to
Mr.
be.
Foots. I'm Mr. Foots. If it was subtitled, it'd be far too powerful. Yes.
Now, we have to save at least a few emotions for the full game.
Oh, fine. Ha, if this was written today, instead of embarrassment, it'd be cringe.
Oh, you went in both booths? Oh, how vulnerable of you. If at any point during the demo you need to cry, just let me know and we can take a minute.
I think I let it all out. Ah, that's why you had me play Beginner's
One of the
Guide
most
first.
important parts of administering any demonstration is pumping up your ego and appealing to insecurities about your sense of self-worth. That's why we use this room to develop cheap compliments to shower on the player during the demo. Go ahead and press that button to see some of the superficial flattery we've been cooking up.
Alrighty.
My heavens, I've never met someone who can consume as much uranium in a single sitting as you can. Just look at you go.
Aw, shucks.
Of all the people I know who are playing this exact demo at this exact moment and standing in this exact room, your performance is easily in the top 5,000. Top 4,700 even. I won't go as far as 4,600.
Oh. Fair enough.
Let's see. Oh, this is embarrassing. I really can't think of anything else to say. No. You've really exhausted my list of compliments. Goodness, that was fast. Either you or this department has a lot of room for improvement. Okay then, what's next?
I gotta say, I'm one of a
This
kind.
device tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration. Somewhere around here, there's also a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration.
Will it light?
Are you that eager for the demo to start? Don't worry, we're almost there.
Oh, we haven't been made to the demo? Okay. I thought this was the demo. Oh, wait, no, this is where they built the demo. Okay. Do you like the
now
Stanley
this room
Parable?
is perhaps the most important you'll encounter in the demo. This is where we determine whether or not the demo has been effective. No! What are you doing? You can't make that decision yet. You haven't played the demo. We've put so much work into this demonstration. Wouldn't it be a shame if you rushed right into making a purchasing decision without savoring it first?
I want to buy now!
You'll have plenty of time to decide later.
Let me in! I need to give you my credit card info. My PayPal. My Cash App.
And there you have it. Everything you need to know about how video game demos are made.
Incredible.
However, it's still important that we address safety concerns. Please closely observe the following possible negative side effects of playing the Stanley Parable.
Alrighty.
If you agree to be held 100% responsible
Growling and
for any and all
screaming and
injury or
yelling,
long-term
constantly never
damage,
stopping ever,
mental,
and shrieking
physical, or
and
otherwise,
growling and
that may
generally being
occur
a
while
dick and
playing
being on the
demo,
sun,
please
becoming
do
the
not
sun. Oh
press the
no.
large red glowing disagree button at this time. Nothing? No objections? You're quite
where is
sure
it?
about that? Oh, well, all right then. In the event that you do experience one or all of the previously listed symptoms, let's establish a signal for you to convey to me that you wish the demonstration to be terminated. Please step into the dance perimeter. Please perform a dance.
Okay.
Your dance has been recorded. In the event that you feel confused or disoriented by anything you see inside the demo, perform that dance and I will terminate the demo immediately. Right.
Okay.
All preparations have been made.
I believe that was
It is
left, right,
time
left, right,
at
up.
last. Are you prepared for the Stanley Parable?
More prepared than anything I've ever been in my life.
Oh wait, what are we doing
Welcome
here?
to the
Did we not-
Stanley Parable demonstration. Your number is 29. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Ah,
Okay, I'm lost. Let's just get back to the green room and start the demo again. I must have done something wrong the first time.
alrighty, fair enough. It happens. Mondays, am I right?
Okay, here we go. The Stanley Parable demo take 2. Finding the demo, learning exactly what the Stanley Parable is. Here it comes.
Oh boy, I can't wait. I've never been more excited for anything in my life.
Oh wait, what's this?
8.
8.
8.
Wait, this is all wrong.
8.
This isn't the Stanley Parable. This is a game where you press a button and it says 8.
8.
8.
Not only is the Stanley Parable not a game about continuously pressing the number 8,
8.
I can guarantee that this button does not appear anywhere in the main game. Why
8.
is it here instead of the demo for the Stanley Parable? Where did the demo go? There was an actual demo here
8.
before. Something has gone wrong. It's all gone horribly wrong. We need to get you out of here before you start forming impressions of the Stanley
8.
Parable based on whatever the hell this 8 game is.
All
We
right,
need to
but
get
if
out.
I
We
see
need
an
to start
8
over.
button
You
in
mustn't
Stanley
stay here
Parable,
another
I'm going to
minute.
be
Out,
pissed.
Out. Go, go, go.
Oh, okay. Wait.
8.
Yes.
8. 8.
Now, I think perhaps you've misunderstood me, so let me
8.
reiterate as clearly as I can. This is not the Stanley
8.
Parable.
I
What
give
you
that
are
an
doing
8 out of
is
8.
pushing a button
8.
over and over that does
8.
nothing but speak the word
8.
8. Has that gotten
8.
through?
8.
You may be continuing to press this
8.
button under the impression
8.
you're playing the Stanley Parable right now.
8.
An assumption that is, I should
8.
remind you again,
8.
entirely erroneous.
8. 8. 8.
Doesn't even make sense. Why would I have
8.
gone to all of this elaborate setup
8.
just to demonstrate a game that doesn't do a single thing except repeat the word 8? The waiting room, the green
8.
room, the tour of the
8.
facility, all of that for no
I
reason.
I don't know what he's
I'll
so
let
upset
you
about. I'm like
contextualize and build up this
hooked,
particular
line
game.
and
Why?
sinker.
8.
What about this game
8.
deserves any of that time and
8.
attention? Are you seeing something in
8.
it that I'm not?
8. 8. 8. 8.
Okay, here's the deal.
8.
It isn't possible that you
8.
still think this is the Stanley
8.
Parable. I've restated the fact too many times.
8.
Which means
8.
that you are now consciously
8.
choosing to delay
8.
the actual demo as
8.
long as possible. Is that
8.
it? Are you afraid
8.
of the Stanley Parable?
I am not.
I suppose another
I'll prove you.
possibility is that you can't hear me because you're playing with the sound off. In which case, what do you even get? Oh, goodness, finally. Now, let's get back to business and start this demo over from the top.
Where's the 8 door? Do I just go back? Oh, what? They decided for me.
Welcome to the
Yes,
Stanley
yes,
Parable
yes, we heard it all the first
demonstration.
time.
Your number is 30. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Guess I just keep going. I gotta tell you guys, I really liked
Okay,
that
now
8.
let's take a minute to get something straight here. When you sit down to play this demo, you are assuming an amount of responsibility for its outcome. Now, I can't say for certain whether you caused us to encounter the 8 game rather than the Stanley Parable, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption that you had something to do with it. At this time, please take a minute to think about all of the mistakes you've made in playing this demonstration, as well as your lack of respect for demo taking in general.
Nope. I guess I have no choice. Keep going, dig real deep. Okay, wrap it up.
Wonderful. I could really feel the introspection on my end. Now that we're all on the same page again, I feel ready to attempt the demonstration once more. In this third attempt, we shall truly come to understand the meaning of the Stanley Parable. Let the demonstration begin. What? No, it can't be over yet. You didn't see anything. Everything that was supposed to demonstrate why the Stanley Parable is a quality experience worth your time and money. It was here somewhere, I'm sure of it. Oh, no.
Maybe it's behind
We
here?
have to get out of here. We have to find something for you to do, anything. The demo cannot end like this. Hurry, this way.
Okay.
Okay, yes. This is new. This is different. Surely there must be a game somewhere in here. Okay. Oh, how about this cup? Yes.
Ooh.
Go pick up the cup.
Cup.
All right. Now put it, in the bin.
Wait a second. They're ripping off Half-Life 2.
You did it! You won!
Yes!
You know what you get for winning? An achievement. Wow, the Stanley Parable just keeps getting better and better. In
Wait.
fact, let me take a little
That's
survey of
literally
your
an
experience.
achievement.
Based on what you've played so far, would you purchase the
Oh,
Stanley
how's the parable? Not too bad. I'm playing the demo right now. Wait. I don't get what this game is. Beat, I'm on fire. Please help.
Clear and straightforward demonstration of the merits of the Stanley Parable. I am convinced of the quality of the full game.
Incredible. You
Thank
really
you.
do get it. You understand. Oh, I was so worried. I just wanted you to know what I see in the Stanley Parable. What I think makes it, well, special. It's so very difficult to put into words. Oh, we're all beyond that now, aren't we? Come along. Let's get to the end and the final choice. Ending, where are you? Where are you? Is this it? Yes, the end. Now, this is where we want the demo to be over. And I think it's time for you to log your final decision as to whether or not the Stanley Parable is any good. And it all comes to this. Please consider very carefully before answering. Much is at stake. Is it working? Are you sure?
Yes!
Sure you pressed the button? What? No, we finished the demo. Did it start again? Hello? Is anyone there? They already finished. They said they liked it. I need someone to stop the demo. Hello? We need to go back. We need to get out of here.
It reminds me when I was at a theme park and they were like, okay, everybody, just some technical difficulties. And then we hear like a under the machine. And like everyone's like looking like, are we going to lose our legs? And like
no,
they're trying to keep us calm, but then like everyone's like scrambling.
Okay, over to the left, down this way.
Oh, good. The isolation chamber. Hey, it's my streaming room.
Oh.
How did they copy this so well?
Quiet. Finally. Well, I suppose we can both agree that I failed, haven't I? My job was to be a teacher, and I so badly wanted to teach you exactly what the Stanley Parable is supposed to be, but somehow I couldn't. Well, at any rate, I don't know if I care for the Stanley Parable anymore. Do you think any of this is actually in the main game? Honestly,
I'd be
I doubt it.
disappointed if it's not.
What would that even look like? No, I think I've had enough of it. No more doors, no more demonstrations, no more endings. That's the other problem with this game. There's too many bloody endings. I'm sick of them. How can one game end so many times? It doesn't make sense. Oh, but back at the beginning of the demonstration, now, that was lovely. No concerns about where it was all going, no confusion, just a blank slate. Yes, that's what I want, a game of beginnings. Hey, do you remember, just a few minutes ago, when we met for the first time, and I showed
Like it
you the
happened
technology
yesterday.
used to make the demo, because I thought that actually was a demo. Oh, we were so naive back then, how little we knew of the world. And then when we ended up back in the waiting room,
Oh, yeah.
even though you'd already done that before, yes, it's all so fresh in my memory. They were such wonderful moments. Oh, and then when we
Is this
played the
guy
game with
God?
the cup and you
Oh,
won,
let me do
and
it
then
again.
we kept wandering and we ended up in a stairwell somewhere,
What?
and we just kept climbing and climbing, flight after flight after flight. I thought they would never end, and then we were on some kind of catwalk. I didn't have any idea what was down there. Did you? And we just kept going, and we found that elevator, and it said escape on it. We talked about it for a while, about how we couldn't possibly know whether this was really an escape, but that it seemed worth a try, and at the very least it would be an adventure. So we got inside,
There. Oh.
and we rode the elevator up and up and up. We had some sense that the end was coming, but we couldn't possibly know when. And then after so long, it finally stopped, and we stepped out into the lush outdoors, the trees, the wildlife, the sun rising on a new and glorious path. Freedom. We were free. There was nothing to think, nothing to know. Simply us being right there in that moment. Wasn't it so beautiful?
It
Wasn't
was.
that moment so singularly piercing?
I remember it like it was yesterday.
We were free.
Where's my desk? Oh. The Stanley Parable. Out now. Oh boy. I'm going to get all the achievements day one. Alrighty, so there's the demo. Good night, everybody. I can't pull a fast one on you guys. We're going to play the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Ultra Deluxe, yes. We'll be bringing that up here shortly. I'm just switching things over. I think that was a good palate cleanser after the beginner's guide. You know, the trauma of the beginner's guide is out of my head for now. And now we are moving on to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I'm just switching up things one last time. Ultra Deluxe, yes. Alrighty, and away we go. A game by Davey Redden. Please choose a screen. Oh, you. Right away, I like this a lot. They give you the subtitles. It's not hidden from you or anything. English, yes. Alrighty. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. I played the demo. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. The way it should be, yes. I hope as things... I mean, I know we've improved a lot on accessibility and stuff, but I really hope that that becomes the new norm. Please enter the current time. Okay. Oh no, Goblin's going to be time doxed. Confirm. Oh, it just... No, I was kidding. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the menu. Okay. I've been time doxed. Oh, be good. Look at that. The end is never. The end is loading. The end is never.
This
Click
is
to
the
skip.
story of a man named Stanley.
Flat Stanley?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a key.
Is this game based on me?
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
I would like to be on my phone
Something
and
that would forever
browse
change
VTuber memes,
Stanley.
but that's just
Something
me.
he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
That sounds like a
Never
good day
in
of
all
work.
his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something
I don't
was
know what the
very
problem
clearly
is.
wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I hate Mondays. Is that what it says? Ha! Don't we all? Is this the game about Garfield? The Garfield game, the true Hollywood story. Yes. Oh hey, Big Meow. You're here just in time. We started the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The third part of our triple feature tonight.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley, oh please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What
Click a
achievement?
door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
How much was that?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Almost certainly 50 clicks.
I feel like this is me back when I lived with Earth parents and I was trying to get back in because I left the house keys, but then I realized I had the house keys, but they had changed the locks on me.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
I'm doing
I want
it,
to see
Coach.
Commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, okay, 417. Let's do it. I need that achievement. This is my achievement hunter's run. The speed run. We're going to do it in record time, and the whole world is going to love me.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, I think that was back there.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Ooh, okay, 415, 415. I am in the zone. Here it is.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay. Hurry. Wait.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay. I'm just so excited. The G Fuel that I had before. Wait, 417, where is it?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Alrighty, I hate that guy. Let's mess up 419 stuff.
Yes! This is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. There he is. Get him.
We've almost got it. Now
Yes.
the copy machine, do that one again.
Oh my god.
Finish it
Yes.
off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
Oh my God.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud
Oh my
of
God.
how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now?
My heart's
you think?
palpitating right now. Like, I've had victory royales in Fortnite. Nothing compared to that gauntlet we just faced. I was taking out guys left and right. I was picking up the sniper rifle. I took out the guy in 417 with a grenade. Oh. What the hell was I doing before?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Was that a thing? 5 clicks and you got an achievement in the old one?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Do not alter without
Feeling
consulting
a wave
whiteboard
of
manager.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alrighty. This is like the unwritten rule of HR. Just let it boil up inside of you. Make sure your slide has slick blue graphic in the header. Throw in some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm environment. Everyone is unique. You must of all. Number of slides on the slide. Charts and slides. Or slides. Ooh. My lord. They went all out for this one. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. My god. Please no more charts. Please, Beckingham, stop. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, you yourself be more inclined toward... Oh. Transcend. Lunch. Oh my god, lunch is the only thing I care about at work anymore. I'm just passing time till lunch, and then after lunch I'm passing time till I leave. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yes. Mitosis. Broom closet. Oh.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Are you kidding me? To the non-informed, this is nothing, but to the gamer,
There was nothing here.
weapons,
No choice
weapons,
to make, no path
weapons.
to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Alrighty.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Why does it get red down there? Is that hell? Well, I guess I should... Oh, that's the parking garage.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He
What?
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might
God.
be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All
I don't
because
know,
he
I just-
believed everyone had vanished.
I
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Stop it.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his
What
feet
the?
when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last,
Coffee
he came to
nut.
the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
I'm not losing my
He thought
job.
to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So
Yes.
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, sweet.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
What?
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Okay. Closing
He
my
felt
eyes.
the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want.
Yeah.
I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Same
My
as
life
it ever
is
was.
normal. I am normal.
Same as it ever
Everything will
was.
be fine. I am okay.
Same as it ever was. No.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh.
This
Did
is
we-
the story of a woman named Mariella.
That sounds
Mariella woke
lovely.
up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the
Did I
strange
kill
man.
Stanley?
He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
I read that
It
to
was
myself in my
comforting to
mirror
think
every
this,
day.
And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well, guys, I think we sped run that one. Oh. See, if I was in Stanley's position, and this is a little bit of goblin office tips for you all. What I do is, I do every single task, and now I'm going to keep this kind of on the down low because I really don't want my secret to get out into the wrong hands. But what I do is, if I have to do stuff in triplicate, instead of like copying it and just changing the titles and stuff, I just do it all over again. That's my job, that's my life. I just make like the same document over and over, and no one calls me on it because that's exactly what I'm supposed to do, but I go about it in the least efficient way so that I always look as busy as possible while I scroll through my phone looking at HoloLive memes.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Remember what the
did it
loading
mean?
screen said?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. The meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. I think this time we'll listen to the Mr. Narrator man.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
This would be the system demands inefficiency. You are actually fulfilling your purpose exactly as intended. Yes. I gotta say, this looks like one of the rooms. I don't do this personally. I save my actual goofing off for my lunch break. But I remember as a security guard, I would occasionally enter rooms because I had to like check to make sure the monitors were off and stuff, and like turn out the lights. And I would sometimes turn lights on in a room to go look through it, and I would find like either members of the cleaning staff or like IT people just hanging out in dark rooms trying to hide from their bosses. I never ratted them out, though. I'm not that kind of goblin.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No. Is this my boss's office? Executive bathroom. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Soy? That's a... Soy? Say, that's a lovely purse. Why? I was going to say, why is he saying soy? I'm typing on this toilet. Do you hear that? What the heck? Business strategy. What? Business strategy. That sounds like Yosemite Sam would say, like, hey, varmint, this here's my business strategy. Do you believe in God, varmint? You're about to find out. Hey, that looks familiar. I am the most expensive boss.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I wonder if I could
Shocked,
get that poster up in
unraveled,
my streaming
Stanley
room.
wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
God, this is like Mr. Burns' office. What incredible luck I have. Is that an elevator shaft? What's over here? Oh god, those elevators really freak me out.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'll go this way. Ignoring the narrator killed Stanley, so I think I gotta keep him alive this time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
This is like that one scene from The Incredibles. Oh god, what if someone redid that scene but with like VTubers with like graduated and stuff, and then they type in Game Goblin and it says, ah, you don't want to know.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh no. Where am I? I'm what, 427, 437? Gotta be like down here somewhere, right? 427. Or is it 417? I think it's 427. Yeah, that's my office.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I feel like this game is something you shouldn't play if you've ever had like the feeling you're not in control of your own life.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Hell yeah. It's not 8, but... Where's 8? Is there 8 here? Please tell me that they have... Is that 8 up there? Mind controls idle. Wait, if they're idle, then I haven't been in
And when at
been
last
being
he found the
controlled.
source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this
No
horrible
8?
place
Ugh.
and to everything it stood for.
Hello, cat. Are you being controlled? You tell me if you're being controlled, right, cat? I think she would.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Yes.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments
Finally.
away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Yeah,
How
who
had
cares?
he been freed from the machine's grasp?
As long as I'm still
What
getting
other
paid.
mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Yeah.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Aw.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Yeah.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And
He's
that
going to
was
become a
all he needed to
VTuber,
know.
and he's going to do it
It
for
was
fun,
perhaps
gosh darn it.
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ah. Well, guys, a momentous occasion. A VTuber is going to touch some grass.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path.
So
before
serene.
him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ah, that's nice. Yeah. Beat the game, heck yeah. The end is loading. No. It was nice while it
All of
lasted.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
What's this
he had
guy's
simply
computer
missed a
doing?
memo.
Installation.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
No,
couldn't
never
find a
install.
trace of his co-workers.
I'm a little devil like that. I do nefarious things like turn off your computer mid-installation. How you like that? Normalize being a real stinker.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
See, I'm conserving power. Input received. Runs magnet over hard drive. Yes. That hard drive's getting slow and heavy with all the stuff on it. Wait, what the? That? I don't think that's supposed to happen. Be my Valentine? Oh, jeez. Probably her husband or something got her that mug, and it's like, oh, who farted? Must have been this guy. Look, he knocked over his press box and everything. I hate Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, actually, you know what? I kind of want to see what escape is. Let's not mess with the mind control device.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What do they even do here? Like, for real, what do they even do? It's just like these numbers, and it's like, are we making stuff? Are we destroying stuff? Are we exterminating? What? Let me in!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What does anyone do? Dang. Wait, what about here? Bing bong. Bing bong. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, hey. I forgot the lyrics. That my favorite iteration of that song is the from Evangelion. This is my jam, elevator music. How high does this go up? What? What? I think I gotta do that again because I heard like the narrator was getting into it. Let's just kind of wait for a second. What if I go down? Turns out it's not an elevator at all. It's like one of those magic beds at the really seedy hotel rooms where the bed starts like going. It sounds like a washing machine, but it's like shaking all over the room. You stay in some weird places when you're a courier.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
Shantae.
Stanley wondered aloud.
Or
to
Shanti.
nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
I wanted to like start
What could its
throwing
purpose
stuff
be?
around the room like
In
Eric
fact,
Andre.
This keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Wait, was it 2845 last
By simply
time?
pushing random
I thought it
buttons
was
on the
a 7 in it.
Stanley happened to
Maybe I'm
input
wrong.
the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I wonder if I fail that enough times, they send the guards after me. Another good rendition of Fly Me to the Moon is from Bayonetta. It's a lot faster and it's kind of poppy, but it's really fun.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What? Oh. I got stuck on the wall for a second. I was a little
Although
nervous.
This passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I just realized what this game reminds me of. There's this one
The door
old
behind
book.
him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
There was this one book that I read
At this point,
years and
Stanley
years
was making
ago.
a conscious, concerted effort
It-
to walk
it was a
forward
Sesame Street
and
book.
willingly confront his death.
Where it's Grover. You know, Grover, he looks like Elmo, but he's blue and he has a big red nose. And he's telling you there's a monster at the end of the book. And like they'd like try and encourage kids to like rip the book apart because like Grover's like building blocks over the next page, or he's like welding the next page shut. And then at the end you find out Grover was the monster at the end of the book. You know, it's very meta and self-reflective. It's like a Kurt Vonnegut novel. Oh. Ooh. Stanley must have like the aperture science foot
As the machine
thingies.
whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
What?
Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
What?
And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh,
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
God? Huh?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know. Is that Google? Is that the credits?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now?
Picture
Do you
paintings.
see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Office layout. From the beginning of the game, Path Two Doors was first part of the game was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development. The core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. I love when games include stuff like this. Like, I need more games to have like their own museum of like assets and like game design and stuff. I love stuff like this. Like, that's something I admire about the Valve games, because they'll add commentary mode. Like, I need to replay Half-Life Alyx with commentary because I really want to get into their heads and see how they designed that game. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The office? What? Office computers. Button sounds. Section of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. No 8, I'm sorry. That 2 out of 10. No 8 button. Do better, crows. In fact, I'll do you one better, crows. How about crows times 8? Crows, crows, crows. Crows, crows, crows. Crows, crows. There you go. 8 crows. Where's Davy? Where's Davy? I want to see Davy's name on this. Kevin Briding as the narrator. The impeccable Kevin Briding. I apologize. I love the Source Engine commentary modes. Also, Valve got many different employees to do the voices on. Yes. I always like that. It wasn't just Gabe Newell. And my favorite is, where's Davy's plaque? I want to spit on it. Oh, no. Wait, is Davy not? Oh, wait. Oh, he's right there at the top. Ego much? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, they did Accounting Plus? I remember that game. I don't think I played it, though. Of course he's at the top, out of spit range. Yes. How am I going to get through to you, Davy? Do I have to send you games? Sorry, maybe that's a little low blow, but you put me through a little bit of an emotional turmoil with that game, Davy. Don't think I forgot. Wait, what's over here? God, why did they give the museum branching paths? Because I want to see it all. I love museums. Boss's office. Office clock. Mind control.
Stanley stood on the snow.
Recorded dialogue for the entire game.
Stood on the roof.
Times over the years of 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game. Was that it? Stanley stood in the snow, and Stanley stood on the roof.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game Stanley design. Stood on the snow. But of course, you being you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley put the big
That's funny.
Still nothing.
The lounge. Making a game to show Davy Reedon as a false pretext to get close enough to do him physical harm. Oh god, like, hey Davy, here's my new game, but I could only get it to work on a Game Boy cartridge. Here's a Game Boy. It's one of those heavy, old, original Game Boys, but, you know, they're good. They're sturdy, very dense. God, I don't want Zending levers. Part of the Zending, the player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Zam. Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending. Zending. The game is now paused. What? Oh! I had not realized this game had a pause menu. Which was frustrating for everyone. What the? Countdown desk. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the 2 endings together instead. Don't you have a pause menu? I do have a pause menu. Resume the game, begin again, settings. Worth remembering that Mass Effect 3 released 3 years before this. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with the freedom... Wait, what? I read that twice? Oh. Countdown room. Well, is that everything in this museum? Game design mock-up. Geez, how long does this museum go on for? Like, don't get me wrong, I love museums and games, but I am surprised. After missing out on museums on games for years now, I'm surprised they went this in depth. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not in our intention. You know what? Good on them. Oh, and welcome, Doc Irving, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Ultra Deluxe announcements. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a section of the emails. Will the game feature capybaras? That is a good question. How do you stay in shape? Michael the Rock Martin. Kind of just hanging on, TBH. Oh, I hope everything's going all right. Gay. Are you gay? Dink dunk. Well, I mean, I guess they're blunt. I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to sequel, prequel, standalone companion game because art needs a good censoring. What? Have infinite quests? How many endings? If the Stanley Parable is really going to let me go shopping, I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What's the difference between a duck? A duck and what? How's the game going? I hope it's as good or better than the first one. From a cool man. James Irvin? That sounds familiar. Was he a game designer? Ototampio, are you a rock? Question. That's definitely something Spamton would say, like, Question. Question, Lightner. What is this strange number? Could you tell me the significance of the number 111-28000? My God, it's... No. Well, the thing I wanted to know is what would you do if Stanley entered any other room? For instance, on a scale of Max Ernst to Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did you bargain with a magician to... Congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion, here's the result. Attach file to it carefully. Greetings, omnipotent voice. Alrighty, I think that's enough of that. I wonder how many of those there are. Like, if you just keep reading them, how long until you repeat? Well, I guess that's the museum. Now we step through the door.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Dang.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen
What?
to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Okay.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Oh, okay. Whew. That could have been really bad.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked...
I guess we could skip that. I don't want my boy Stanley to die.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I already killed him twice. Or
Stanley
once.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Actually,
Perhaps
my
he had
theory
simply
is that
missed a memo.
when he gets outside, he remembers he's allergic to bees and he gets stung and then goes into the what's it called? Prophylactic
When
shock.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
You know,
his
we
left.
haven't gone right yet.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ooh, the employee lounge. First death is free, but the rest you will be judged for.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I don't know why, but I like anaphylactic shot. Thank you, Matt Bespin. Yes, that's the word I was trying to find.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
A prophylactic is what they give you to. Oh, is that? Okay.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Is that the secret, to be left alone? Oh my god, $1.25 soda. I remember when soda was 65
Stanley sat around
cents.
waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I was going to say earlier, before the narrator rudely interrupted, that I like when rooms have like this little step down in them. I can't really do it in my house, but I always thought if I built a house, I wanted to have my bed in a little step down. That way, like, I could just like have the mattress or something kind of flush with this, so I could just like walk straight out into my bed and lay down.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Wait, is that that's the meeting room, right? I'm not going in there. Yeah, split level stuff is very cool. I'd love to design my house with stuff like that. Why do you want to give spiders any more advantage than they already have? You know what? Good. That is a point that I don't consider very often. Spiders could just like crawl right onto your bed. Crawl right onto your face and then you eat them. Did you know the average human eats
But
7
Stanley didn't want to
spiders
go
in their
back to the
sleep?
office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Are you sure? The average is 7 because you usually wake up before I feed you anymore. Come on, they're still counting, Jerry.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
He eats a million.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left,
The average human
down,
eats 7 spiders in their
left,
sleep, only
right.
because of spiders.
Yep,
George,
okay,
who lives
yes.
in a cage and
I've
eats
got it now. This
10,000
story
a
is
day,
absolutely,
or a
definitely
cave.
this way.
Oh, hey, it's the compliment truck. What? We're back here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
Dang
Stanley,
it.
close your eyes. Okay.
They're closed.
We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
But did you know the average human eats 8 grams of uranium in their sleep every night?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I thought it was
Stanley
yellow
decided to go
cake.
to the meeting room.
I
Perhaps
eat 8
he had
grams of
simply missed a
uranium
memo.
every night to kill the gnomes living in my walls via radiation. Little do you know that affects none the goblins that live in your walls.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No.
Oh no.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh no. Am I in the back rooms?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, it's fine. I found an exit earlier. I'll just go through that.
Again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Wait.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh no.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Does it randomize what desks have computers? Yeah, because I think this one had like sending input. It's in the original version of the game. I cheated the 5-year achievement by changing the clock in BIOS. I will never do that.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Wait, and now achievement tracking sites flag me as a cheater.
Wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
There's... Oh, yes, they changed it to 10. Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
It's the demo.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yeah!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
What?
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Come on.
Okay?
I totally won.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. No. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line.
They trademarked
How
that.
How simple is that?
What? Okay, now I'm curious.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Alrighty.
Nope. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, Is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh, I like this. Okay. Is this like a Tony Hawk challenge? I'm supposed to like wall ride? Getting older all the time, staying young, getting in my mind, thinking I'm Superman. This is like those family circus comics where it's shown like where Billy runs throughout his day, and it's like runs across the street, gets hit by a car, steals from the lemonade stand, says hi to some dogs. Don't drop your combo. Yes. I'm doing the special moves. I need like the Tony Hawk special move sound effects.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yes. A fine fern indeed.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
What?
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
What? Are you?
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Again? Alrighty.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
We can run away.
Exciting, daring, mysterious.
We don't have to be here anymore.
Sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering?
We don't got attachment here. We just run away. A new town, a new country, anywhere.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
All right, I go backwards. How you like that? Oh no. The little girl in Banker. Oh, I remember that. It was I know the comic you're talking about. I like that comic a lot.
Oh no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Let's go in where I'm going. It's in the vents. Oh.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay. I know that
but that's a line.
Has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Okay.
Another victory for logic.
I like
Come,
that
Stanley,
logic.
our destiny awaits.
Aha. What?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Is that how
And we're
long I've
supposed
been
to
playing
restart
this
the game
for?
Eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Huh?
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Wait. These led to the same place, didn't they? The two doors before.
Wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, gee. That scared me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
We're not playing that game
to the
again.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
This guy
Perhaps
doesn't
he
know where
wanted to
he's
stop by
going.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It's like the GPS. You gotta
Wow.
ignore it sometimes.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room.
Yes.
Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Oh, Lord, yes.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
That's the meeting room, I think. So let's go here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'm unfireable, baby. I'm the only one who knows how Microsoft Word works. Do not jump from cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. What about here? Oh, I need a key card. Better come back with a key card.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Game Goblin?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Who?
She's been waiting.
Darlene?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Okay.
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Huh?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Oh, bread.
Right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
What?
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
I don't know.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
I don't like this.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man
Death,
named
wait.
Stanley.
Good morning, employee. Press U on your keyboard. Okay.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I don't like this.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
No.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Press G to
First,
watch
he
TV.
imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone
I know,
in the building
I can't take
had
this
suddenly
lying down.
vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press G to spend time with the boys. Hell yeah.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
To prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
A
And
game
he
with a
called it
baby?
The Stanley Parable.
H to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
You to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality,
How did
all
I
he's
get
doing is
here?
pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Oh.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. I won't do it. I'm calling you out. I'm not going to do it. But what if I do press it? Will it? Can I press? It's telling me. They asked nicely. They said, "Please press B." Come on. They said, "Please," right? No. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But maybe they are going to stop me here. Nope, no, I'm staying strong. I'm staying strong. If this is the rest of the game, then this is the rest of the game. Yeah. Yeah. That's the game, then that's how that's just how it's going to be. Oh no, my cat is walking across the keyboard, and
You see?
oh
Can you
god,
just not
she
hear
pressed
me?
B. Would you
How
believe
can
it? My
you
cat
find a way
walked
that he'll
on the
understand
keyboard
that every
and just
second he
happened to
remains
press
here,
B.
He's electing to kill himself. How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press Y to question
I
nothing.
suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I remember reading over his blog similar thoughts.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Oh boy.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What? Let's go. Yes, new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yes.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
A
delighting
content
audiences
vaccine.
the world over.
Davey.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yes.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I am too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yeah.
Is it broken?
Oh.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh,
No.
Here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've
Yeah.
never been more ready. Let's do it.
Heck yeah, Mr. Krabs.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content,
Ooh.
Stanley.
Do we have a sprint button now?
All right.
The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yes. Things are vastly improved. We can now move in 3D space. It is incredible. We have mastered the X and Z and Y axes. What? No. No. I didn't know it meant. I thought it was for a challenge. No.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
No.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is
I thought
new
so.
content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley
Please do.
Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content.
Will I ever
And
know
that's-
what we were
oh,
in
wait,
the golden years
there's
when they're
more.
over? Yes.
Very good. Yeah.
When you jump in a video
I
game, the
knew there had
developers
be
have to pay
something else.
royalties to
Let's
John
see it.
Jump.
I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm surprised they could afford 36. Nintendo is literally going bankrupt every time they make a new Mario game. Thank you for
That's
enjoying the
it?
new content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
And I
don't
bought
get
it.
me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Oh no.
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, I didn't restart. The game restarted. What? Uh-oh. Is this superliminal?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Kinda sus. Just saying. Don't say. I'm sorry, I had to. It's uncontrollable at this point.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Is this their Elden Ring reference?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Ooh. Yes.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind
Zone,
you of
sweet
how wonderful
zone.
Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I like that BAFTA. Just taking the BAFTA from Last of Us. Good times. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. That looks like that one bot that makes those motivational posters that have like the random sayings like, "Oh God, I think I saved a few on my phone. I'll have to look those up sometime and post them again." Don't forget the Stanley Parable. Oh, it's the Steam page. Nice. Wait, this is on consoles now, isn't it? Like they brought a Stanley Parable to like the Switch and stuff, right? So I wonder if it's still going to be Steam page. Our first kiss, my first car, your first ball reduction surgery. They just can't do it enough times. I'm sorry. Ultra Deluxe is on Switch, yeah. Oh, what's this? Mozilla. That's the days. Linguists deny. Wait, linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The Washington Post. 6 components of great corporate culture. John Coleman. Wait, is this literally just straight up? That's funny. Ancient Firefox. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. The disc. The first... the first dollar. You take that back or I'm canceling your surgery vacation. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Nominee. No. Did they not win any of these? Is it all just nominee stuff? Oh dear. Deals tough choices. The Los Angeles Times. The New York Times. New video game. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Oh geez. Pushing election of council allies. Beta work in progress. Oh, it's when I died. Aww.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable
Destructoid.
strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
I don't like games
Every
journalism.
game
I'm
ever
sorry.
created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It
Persona
was
3
of
all
them. And
things.
now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
And what an hour it was. Person of the year, Stanley. Wait, the original remake. What's down here? Memory zone maintenance. It's from the demo. It's the demo.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating
Give to
commentary
demo,
on
man.
the nature
Where?
of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most
I did
enjoyable,
not see.
surprising, and rewarding
Oh, the
choices
demo.
I've ever been confronted
I
with
just
in a
got
game.
it now.
9 out of 10. Don't
Source
you get it,
SDK.
Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Yes, I believe this one's built in Unity or something. But the boxes. The boxes are in the way. It's not fair. I can't jump. I probably should have spent every single jump I had. Am I literally stuck now? Source engine games are so buggy, but lovingly so, yes. It really is, because I could have sworn we were still in Source engine.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
At least I can crouch. Well, I wouldn't give to be able to move. Literally anything. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Oh god, do I actually have to restart? Preparing snake oil salesman routine. Wait, the serious room. Let me in. I guess I walk back. Maybe the maintenance. Maybe I gotta do maintenance on here. Yes.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Steam
Oh,
reviews.
No. God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, dear.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
This is ominous. No!
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Who was that? Who said that? We are going to cyberbully the crap out of them.
Web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
We are tearing these people down. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that Steam review. Oh god, another's up here. Did it see us?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
How's this preachy?
It's actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light.
Where were you when the Steam curtain fell?
I thought it did, but maybe it wasn't.
Oh no, if I stay here for too long.
What an awful memory.
The game with Petronella. Hey, a good one.
Marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh. No, they're making the narrator sad. Are we on Lost Coast now? Oh no. It's gotta be the worst one of them all.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh, I thought something bad was coming out of the water.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once...
I want to see how far he goes.
See, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245.
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more
Just
than
how
forever
prepared
ago,
were
which
they
is
for
why I
anything
say
in this game?
the story and the choices.
Oh,
are
he's
what
repeating.
happened, and therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth.
All right.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for
There's
me
no
to
way
deliver
this script
a
was
long,
not written by an
rambling
AI.
monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a
the
treatise,
GPT-2.
or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell
Do I
me
have
what
to
you
skip
think.
again?
Okay. So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Recursive
That is
run-on
to say,
sentence,
if by
yes.
articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument
hey,
to
you
every
do
person
not
you've
erect
ever been,
in any
making
sanctuary,
every choice
if
to
you
which
ask
you've
me.
ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite?
There's no way this
You see,
script
it
is
could,
written
in
by
fact,
AI.
be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a
X-Modem,
treatise
thank you for
vibe
the
to it.
follow.
But
I am
wouldn't you say that
hope you're enjoying the
manifesto
game.
just
I am
has a much
quite well.
grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But
Certified
that's the
treatise
power of the
moment.
button.
Yes.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review.
That
or at
has
least
to be
change some of the
something,
wording,
right?
Perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the
Oh,
first
you
place.
played this last
I
night?
guess I
Yes.
should become better
I've been
educated
enjoying
on
this quite a
exactly
bit.
how
It's
Steam
actually my
works.
first time playing
Perhaps that
any
would
of
have
the
been
Stanley
smart thing to
Parable
check on
tonight.
before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
You're in luck, Cookie
so that the
9.
feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time.
Oh, of course.
The additions
Yes.
and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone.
Alrighty, I will. I will
Okay,
skip.
welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
I could believe them going on
unendurable
for
by
30
any
to
means, but
45
well,
minutes.
there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Oh no.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Oh my.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh no,
You're
the
back.
plant.
Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with.
Oh no.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing?
What did I do?
Hello, it's you. You're here
Oh hey
again,
Reddy, how's it
welcome.
going?
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months.
How am I enjoying it? I am enjoying it quite a bit. This has been a really fun night.
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what...
Oh no. What have I done? Did I kill the narrator? Oh. the battery and the smoke detector. Hold on, I gotta do some squats. For anyone who doesn't know, when that redeem is done, I have to do 20 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm getting it. Killed him without a thought as well, yes.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed.
Back.
They gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
Oh my God.
It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course,
hey, he put the
absolutely
battery back
anyone
in,
can
right?
leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand
According to the U.S. Fire Alarm Administration, most alarms have a span of 8 to 10 years.
It simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves
I think
that
the
our
narrator's making
entertainment
a
is
good
now
point.
our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must
Because, like,
speak to
a lot
who
of
we
games will
are
do
as
stuff to
people,
accommodate
because
for people
otherwise, without our
who don't even play the
entertainment, we have
games.
nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this,
I actually kind of want to listen to this
our
one.
amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be
But you
so
were the one to
impossibly
press skip. This is on
captivating
you,
that they
yes.
consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves.
Dang, he's
What a
spitting
pitiful
fire.
reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint.
He's talking
for
about
reasonable
you,
and
Gabo.
collective
No.
discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't
I
stand the
didn't
idea
mean
of
for
me
it.
using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes.
Maybe they were jealous.
They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear.
It
and
is
insecurity.
preachy, yes.
They cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When
I
you
think
read
because
these
I've been
reviews
playing a
now,
lot
you
of
can see
Elden
it.
Ring.
You can
I
taste
feel
the
like this
bitter resentment.
plays a lot into
And
the
my,
Elden Ring
how good
discourse
does it feel now
sometimes.
to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so
Alrighty. Oh god, he's gone again. What the?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Oh no. There's gotta be like an exit or something, right? The pipes are leaking. Oh no. You know he is trapped in this room with you, right? He's in here with me? And you've been skipping decades at this point. Can we get out? Is it an escape? I see it. I see the light. But if only I had the chance to jump. I wrestled. Oh, hey, Chunk, how's it going? We are slowly descending into madness with the Stanley Parable. Well, maybe one more. Yes, no jumps. Maybe one more skip. It's beautiful, but I can't climb out. Oh, how'd a ladder? We had a ladder this whole time? Just put it up there. Do I look like I need jumps? Oh no. What is that noise? I went too far. I was asleep for too long. Let's keep going. Oh. Finally. Finally. We are just a month away from the release of Half-Life 3. I'm gonna go get in line right now. I hate sand, yes. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Oh, no. I'm just supposed to accept that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Well, I suppose we shall.
Good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Has he brought back the jump button?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Ultra Deluxe Turbo Edition?
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Testing two printers at the same time.
So many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Haste to the sequel. It's the squeakle.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you
I don't know. You can with Ultra Deluxe, you can shorten it to Spud.
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
More TSP. Better TSP. Win-win. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick-and-mortar approach. Envelope. Client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. I feel like I've seen all that in like meetings and stuff. Just kind of words that don't really mean anything whatsoever. Logo ideas. 2-2. I don't know why that just works. Stanley Parable and co-op.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure
who took the red marker? Me.
A handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Is this like... I wonder if that's a little dig at the beginner's guide. What he was saying right there.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Wait. Are we literally in a demo for the sequel of the game? The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in game. Oh my god.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course,
too big, too small.
The obvious
just
answer
right.
is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Ooh, pistachios.
So with that in mind,
I love pistachios.
my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Let's see.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just
Hey guys,
play along.
Jim
I
Goblin
promise you'll
here.
love it.
I'm playing the
Okay,
Stanley
here we go.
Parable
Let's
2.
Take a deep breath.
Let's
Clear
check
your
out this
mind,
new feature.
Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim.
Oh, yeah.
Developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim.
Yeah.
Rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim. And finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult.
That sounds great.
Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
I think
Let's
so.
take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually
No,
are.
no. Who am I? I thought I was Jim. I'm Jim Goblin. Join us, brother Jim. Let us have fruit. Oh no. No! That's too much sugar. Too much sugar in the fruit
I could
punch.
allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Is that just a clip art too? Like, is there like a Getty Images watercolor that maybe we could see on this? You're my favorite streamer, Jim Goblin VT. I'd like to think we're all Jim. Hello, Jimberkit. Hello, Doc Jim. Hello, Adner Jim. We are all Jim. Is that the face of Jim? Hey, Jim Bestman, have you come across the E10 ending yet? I have not, Jim Bestman. This is my daughter, Jim Jr. We are all Jim. We're all Jim down here. Oh wait, I think I missed some stuff. Oh no, you got me, Jim. E10D's nuts. Oh, Jim. Jim, why? I thought we were all friends, Jim. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Yell Jim too.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Quite
that
so.
It engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
As far
You
as
see,
I'm
Stanley,
concerned,
anytime
you've
you're
always been
holding
Jim.
the bucket,
A good-
a sense of
I can
calm ease will fill your
live
mind
with
and
that.
your heart. It's true.
Jim
As
Modem.
long as you hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the
Ooh.
Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may
Yes.
even come to long for the gentle embrace
Jimmy
of
Bob
jarring
VT.
cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you
Jimbo
imagine what a
VT.
pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Ooh. I love it. Makes
Can
me
you
feel like a
feel
big
it?
man.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Heck yeah.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Yeah.
The benefits of
Everyone looks
buckets
better
go on and
holding
on,
a
don't they?
holding a bucket.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes. I feel so empowered
Does
right
anyone give
now.
out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really
Please, no
should be an award if it
screenshots.
isn't already.
Twitter artist rushing to draw Goblin X Bucket fan art. That would be great.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't
This
yet
is a
decided
bucket.
on this
My
one.
God.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Someday. I like Get Well Someday. Happy 12th birthday, step niece. I'm stuck, Bucket Chan. Oh no. That's a tough choice. I really got to figure out what I want, what I want it to be. I can't decide. I like the Get Well Someday, but the 12th birthday step niece is very, very specifically.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion,
funny.
it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, geez. That's great.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Ooh, what's down here? Hole like infinity. Opening rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. Wait, is this just a bottomless pit? It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I don't know if I want to go down that. I'm afraid that will take me out of the museum, so I might look around a little bit more. Free, new plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now,
no.
the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
It will happen, gamers. Serotonin denied. Oof. At least I still got my bucket.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
I'm sorry.
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No. Had I known the last time I jumped would have been the last time I would ever jump, I would have jumped more slowly. Wait, what? Did you guys hear that? Red is the new orange. Collectibles? An actual map? I thought someone was about to call me. That's what I was hearing too. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Oh, is it kicking me out now?
The intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them,
yeah,
and then you move the hell on.
The phone, yes, that phone sound effect. That. Are these guys naked? It is mine. Oh, I got the collectible. Okay, good. It didn't kick me out of here.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Tragic. Indeed. These are the collectible junkies. Wait, I guess I should... Since there seems to be more up there, I will look at the infinite hole. Who knows what wonders await us? The mystery flesh pit had better holes. Oh god, I remember that story. If game doesn't have collectibles, I send it back. Just do a 360 and walk away. Let's go down the infinite hole. Can I go around? What's around here? Aw. If the game doesn't have collectibles, I collect the game itself.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Will he say something to falling back down here?
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall
They're dumping
forever?
their cigarettes
The hole was
down
plenty
here.
Deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
You know I gotta do it a third time, right?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did
Oh,
before.
hey, cat.
I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Okay.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well,
Sounds
there
like
it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
Goblin Height Prison.
Who am I
No.
to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working? You
Give me a
sure?
jump.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
Oh,
Try
no.
it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
What? Did he really just leave me in here? Goblin wants his bed in that hole. Yes. Oh no, it's going down. Is this like the end? Starting to believe. It's like the turrets song in Portal. It just kind of comes on at random, or after a while. F, change your perspective. We are in new territory. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can do it twice? Change your reality. Oh god, this picture goes hard. Feel free to screen cap. Change yourself. The puppy hole. Oh, look at him. I love puppies. They're just so chubby. And they aren't really used to their gangly bodies, so like they don't really know what they can and can't do.
Stanley! Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Am I just trapped here now? Oh, I am back.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
So this really is kind of sequel worthy in a way, being like true to the original game still. Well, I guess we go up now. I'm kind of curious. I just want to see if the hole is back. I'm kind of half hoping that he has blocked off the hole again. Like completely this time. That's great. Here, what time's it getting to be? I'll probably wrap up in maybe 18 minutes or so. I was going to send you guys to a special stream.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I think so.
Ready to move on now?
I suppose. I like that they're making it look like something like Dying Light with that poster.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but
I'm sold.
I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
Where is the
definitely a
Kickstarter
good
where I can
game
give
in
them
there
$4
somewhere.
billion?
Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
I love it.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Ooh,
sort of... Okay,
jumps.
never mind. Hold on.
machine.
Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Ooh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent
Two
video game
holes?
at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Sad trombone.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few
Oh
of my
no,
new
he's
features
coming
into
to
it.
the same
This,
conclusion
of
that they
course,
did.
with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Hey, Black
Would
Cat.
it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wait. Are they serious? Like, was this... Did they really hide a sequel in this re-release? I am very curious now. Gotta conk out. Good luck out there. Oh, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, Doc Irving. We'll probably be signing off here pretty soon. Brand new game. Let's go. And welcome, Black Cat. I'm enjoying the Stanley Parable. What happens if you click settings? Let's see. One-handed walking? Hold left and right mouse. Huh. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Something that I've talked about before is that I wish games would let you play one-handed because, you know, not everyone has more than one hand. You know, I feel like sometimes that kind of limits you when you can't really play one-handed. You know, there's lots of games that don't really need two hands. Is it the same settings? I don't know. It's strange. Presentation? Huh. Show content warnings. Huh. Yeah, you mentioned accessibility earlier. It's nice that it's been getting more thought in recent years, yes. Sometimes you just gotta get... when you're trying to style on some scrubs. Maybe not to that degree, but... well, I guess if it's there, it's there. I guess we begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
there's the balloons.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
One hand on mouse, the other hand with tissues to wipe tears because he skipped the narrator's dialogue and now he's gone.
Telling him what buttons to push.
Oh, March into the Sea, thank you, Black Cat. And thank you for the straighten out.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment.
This really does look like it was still made in Source.
Though he had been made exactly.
And you know, for a Unity game, it's not messing with my VC face too bad. I don't think I've noticed any, like, slowdown or anything.
One day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Pretty sure it's heavily ported from Source.
Call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very
completely remade.
Wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Here, I want to see that settings. Controls. Wait, general. Presentation. Accessibility. One-handed walking. Hold left and right mouse button. Oh, hold left and right. Yeah, I like that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I like that a lot. Oh, my bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. What? Is there that computer screen that says sending input or something?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alrighty, I guess we'll listen to him this time.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort
Don't get
now
fired.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Broom closet.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really
I hate you, broom closet.
Off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences.
If you're such a great room, why didn't they finish painting you?
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved.
A line has
over the
been
years.
crossed tonight.
Let him have it.
I forget what I was even going to say. Oh yes,
Okay,
friendship
I've
with
got you
companion
something
cube
which I
has
think will
ended.
help settle this
Bucket is
debate
now
once
best
and for
friend.
all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
This game's been a delight.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
No reward.
Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Wait, this is a new one. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have a pick. What the heck? You guys hear that? Something fell in my room. I thought it was in the game for a second. Oh god, is there still the panda painting? Oh, I can't go in here. Oh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Wait, is it Mario's hand holding a gun to the panda's head? That would be hilarious.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
I love
Stanley
it.
figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes,
Stanlerines,
I think
yes.
I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Narrator is the bucket? No. To think we are so at odds with each other all the time.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
So did they just rewrite the
What
entire
horrible secret
game,
did this
but with
place
the
hold?
presence of the
Stanley and the
bucket?
bucket both wondered to themselves.
That is an incredible level of attention to detail.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as
Not the
Stanley
bucket.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Here, I think I might make this my last run of the night. I was going to
under the mind control facilities
add a
influence
little
as
bit of
well?
something
Had
afterwards.
the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one.
If no one's got me,
except
I know that
for
the bucket has got me. What's that one a DMX song? It's like,
but here was
all I know, my dog's got
the
love
heart
for
of the
me.
operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from
When
this
the bucket
very
cried,
place.
I
And
cried.
as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I love the bucket. The bucket, like, brings this all together. 5. Alrighty, let's shut it down with the bucket.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their
Bucket is
obligation
love,
to
bucket
put
is
an
life.
end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Was it over?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie,
both
any movie, but
honorable
then stop it halfway through and
goals.
begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible
The bucket is
calming
mine.
presence of the bucket. Needed the
Read the
soothing warmth of
read the
bucket.
sticker.
Go to any lengths not to part with the
See?
bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Yes.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night there. Such tragedy. We can't leave when we got the bucket. You can definitely get another stream out of this. I think it will be fun to stream this again. But that will have to be for another night. I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by. I think this was a very fun stream. Like, I think this might have been one of my favorite streams in a while. Okay, let's end with some squats, yes. Ooh. Sorry, I had to crack my back. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Whew. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping on by. This was a lot of fun, you know. The beginner's guide, that was I really thought the beginner's guide was a good experience. Very heavy, like, this was very much an emotionally charged stream this night, so I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I'm glad you guys stuck with me through that kind of very emotional game, and then through the demo and through this. We'll definitely stream this again sometime in the future, but for right now, I'm gonna send you guys to the stream of a good buddy of mine, Punchable Horror. He's celebrating 100 followers, and I'm gonna send you guys to his stream. But hey, thanks again so much for stopping on by. Sorry. Thinking about the beginner's guide kinda brought back some of those feelings. That was really something I wasn't expecting for that game. Sorry, you're about to say send to the Shadow Realm. Yes. I don't have my blue eyes out on the field right now, so not yet. Alrighty. Let me get this set up. So I'm sending you guys off to my good buddy. Like I said, Punishable Horror, pretty cool dude. Celebrating 100 followers, 100 followers with a 12-hour stream. I'm actually going to stop by a little bit and play some, so you guys will get a little bit more Goblin in the near future, as in like in a couple minutes from now. Alrighty. Raid is queuing up. I want to thank you guys again. I will see you next week on Monday for some more... Sorry, I'm out of breath. For some more Minecraft and the start of the new week. So take care, chill, peace out. I hope you have a good morning, evening, afternoon, night, wherever you may be. And I will catch you later. Oh, if you want to keep up with the goings-on of the Goblin Gang, I do have the Discord here. I like to think we're a pretty chill bunch. I'm also on social media for right now. Who knows if I stay on social media? It feels like things aren't really getting good for people like me on social media these days, but it is what it is. We try and make do, try to just get by. Get it. No, I'm joking. That was a bad joke. But hey, send you guys off to the celebration. Enjoy, have fun, and I'll talk to you later.